Hello. Hello and welcome. Jumping right into it yet again because I am excited. I want to start. So, let us let us jump back into the world of Metroid. Welcome you back. Role of bounty hunter, quote unquote, in Samus Aran's adventure, Metroid Prime. We are exactly where we left off. Kinda. And I only say kinda because we are exactly in the same spot. So, being OCD that I am, I noticed last stream that I actually missed something. Um, Very minor, but again, I'm OCD. Nothing like lore important for you guys, but in case anyone does play this, there are actually two scans on Big Flower Boss, and I missed one, so I just replayed up to that and got the appropriate scan. So then I'm not missing something that I can't reacquire. And also somehow I have one more Chozo and Pirate data, though I didn't go to any new areas, so I must have overlooked one. Either way, basically I have all the same things, all the same missile upgrades, all the same energy tanks. So it is literally as if we're continuing. Just pointing out that I reacquired a thing or two that I missed. And on that note, we are going to continue. We have the power of Spider Ball. And with the power of Spider Ball, we can definitely do some stuff. Of course, among the things we can do and should do is get this missile upgrade right here. Requires Ball. The wonderful power of Ball. Yes, here we go. There is our missile expansion. Even more missiles. And now we shall take a look at the map. There are definitely places we can go that we couldn't before, including this way. I think this way in particular is where we should go. There is a wave beam door and a spider track that leads to it. That sounds like the perfect way to explore. We just have to clear out the wall eye infestation before we proceed. Suppose we don't have to. We can just zoom through everything with the power of the ball. Yum. And we don't even need to worry about these bugs because we have 6 energy tanks on top of our default bar of health. Oh, I hit the wrong button. That was not the spider ball button. What is the spider ball button? Isn't it just ZL? There it is. Much better. With 100% less falling when I shouldn't be. brings us to this interesting area. Large stress fractures can be seen on the surface of this brimstone pillar. Which means missiles. So I believe there might be something in the water for us. Well, there is, but we can't get it yet. You see, believe it or not, big metal suits are actually very heavy. They make jumping difficult underwater. So we will have to come back when we have conquered the sea. At least for that. Whatever might be in that room. Which I believe is probably an artifact. For now, however, we will destroy more Chozo architecture for our own benefit. That pillar no longer provides structural support. Means we shall turn into a ball for no reason, and also attack these other pillars. And even though it's technically a waste in missiles, it takes much less time to super missile these. Actually, I don't think I have enough super missiles for this. I have to use normal missiles, even though super missiles are faster. I've already scanned that. It is 5 missiles for 1 super missile, which is quite a lot, and we definitely have one more set of fractures to deal with after this. So we need to use normal missiles. Also, we need to go there, because a climate anomaly is detected. I think this is the last one. But I am low on missiles, so I really do hope this is the last one. The last set. It is, I think. It was, indeed. Means we get the Wave Buster. Hello, Andy. Welcome back to the stream. We are here with more Metroid and new emotes that one of my viewers drew for me, as I mentioned a love of pigs. I actually had 2 pet pigs, but now I have pig emotes. Not exactly Metroid related, but your own. Well, I sadly don't anymore. I used to have 2 pet pigs, and they are now my favorite type of pet in the universe. I like everything pig related, which inspired the drawing of those. Excuse me, bugs. Yes. They really need to get an exterminator out here. They have way too many insects. Now, I'm believe, according to the map, we are needing to go that way. Or are we going that way? I remember that from my childhood. I don't know what, but I had a PlayStation at my mom's. I had a PlayStation at both places, but whatever game she had a demo disc for Tomba. And I played it, and I thought it was cool, but that was my only experience with it, and then it faded to time. But that inspires a lot of memories, and you know, I might have to look into that. I'm not entirely sure how to get to this climate anomaly. But we will figure that out eventually. Wow, that is very rude. Add it to the very, very ever-growing list of games I need to play on stream. But definitely something I want to get through. Now the question is, can I do anything in this room besides get bug guts all over me? It's true, and it doesn't help that like new good games just keep coming out. Oh, hello. I don't think this is anything I need, but I see there's a spider ball trap here. Well, it is a missile expansion, so there's that. More missiles. It's always a good thing. Especially since I believe I just got the missile power for the wave beam, I think. I, once again, just fast forwarded through the dialogue because I've played this game before and it made me forget what I actually got. Funny how that works. Well, I don't have a grappling hook, so this is not the correct way to go. Instead, we shall return. And now I really want to use a super missile. The wave beam, but I need to find something to use it on. Probably not minor bugs. We'll just zoom through this. Alright. So, I can't access that door. E can take a look to see if there's another elevator we can take. Hello, hello, Roxy. Now the pig emote begins. The pig emote spam, as it should. Maybe there's a place in Magmore I haven't been to? No, I just came from there, though. Well, I will simply head over in that direction. And we'll go from there. Means I literally went the wrong way. That's fine. Um, do you hear anything, Andy? I don't hear anything on mine. Like, is it coming from the mic or the game? Let me... Maybe? Well, no, because it auto made me leave the Discord. Let me try replugging my mic real fast. Okay, well, I replugged it, so I don't know if that would affect anything. But if you do hear any more weird rust or interference, let me know. Okay, so we are going that way. All right. Onward and upward. A lot faster with the power of boots. This is where I got bombs, I believe. We're damn close to it. Oh, I remember this room. Yes, there should be a spider ball track right through this door. Okay. That's why I wasn't sure about getting through here. Son of a bitch. Because it didn't have a door icon. There we go. Alright, I need to test out the missile thing to make sure that's actually what I got. Oh, that just keeps using missiles. Well, I will need to actually make use of that. That seems very nice. What is this otherworldly pestilence that affects the land, infests the land even, taking out life in its blind need for corruption? And where did the meteor that brought it originate? Was it crafted by alien hands, or was it a roving chunk of a planet that suffered a violent end? Our minds quail in horror at the thought that long ago, in some corner of the universe, as yet unseen by our eyes, an entire planet was perhaps once coated with this great poison. Whatever cataclysm may have ruptured that doomed place must have been mighty indeed. And if other meteors from it spread through space, bearing this evil to the far corners of the universe, we hold fast to the hope that this is not so. The only surviving remnants of this evil are here, on Tallon IV. Then, at least, there is hope for its eradication. Well, let us hope. But also, let us scan whatever these are. Plated parasite. A hardy member of the family, and vulnerable to most weaponry. Studies suggest a weakness to morph ball delivered weapon systems. Don't remember Bendezium. I think Bendezium is a weapon I don't have yet. Makes me wonder if I can even get up on there just yet. Well, the answer is looking like a strong maybe. This is the closest point that I don't know if I can actually access it. Or can I? I think I can. And what have we here? Cordite. And more Chozo lore. To the Entrusted One, if you read these words, then our hope has not been in vain. Your path is fraught with danger. Monstrosities beyond description lurk in the shadows, starving, hunting for prey, searching for ways to quench the poisonous urges that bloom in their brains. Some of these are shrewd, but they are blinded by their evil designs, believing in the black promise of the great poison. They seek to harness it for their own ends. It is these last that are the greatest danger. When you rid the universe of these creatures, you will be the true Entrusted One. None know if our temple, the Cradle, will prove powerful enough to contain this evil forever. For now, it wraps around that abomination, cutting it off from the world above. However, we believe the power of Cipher, which has been produced by linking the 12 artifacts, should be strong enough. The fate of this world is now left to the one who will collect all the artifacts in the future, the time when the Entrusted One knows. Many Chozo are gifted with the distant sight, and even more begin to learn it as our harmonization with the universe becomes more and more complete. We peer forward, seeing prophecy in the ripples of the water, hearing rumors of coming days on the breath of the wind. Though we celebrate the distant sight, many of these visions are dark. The worst of the prophecies, and the most common, tells of the coming of the worm. Born from parasites nurtured in a poisoned womb, the worm grows, devouring from within until the world begins to rot. Not all prophecies come to pass, of course, but we cannot help fear its dark portent. Well, suffice to say, I'm pretty sure the seal is not working that well, since the pirates have literally been using Phazon, or the Great Poison, as they like to call it. And now we must use the power of Tony Hawk to get up there. Thankfully, it is not that difficult. Funnily enough, I've never played a Tony Hawk game, but I guess that's something I should also rectify on the long list of gaming sins I've committed. Oh wait, where is it? Oh dear lord. Oh my lord, it was right there. Right. Now we're not gonna miss the very obviously right there elevator. And we will get even more missiles. Which, more importantly, I believe... No, it did not fill our missiles, but it's still very helpful. Only the holder of 12 shall face the worm. It's always worms, isn't it? Or other insects. True masterminds of the universe. And then also we have this part. The planet is so corrupt that even the ghosts of the dead are angry. Chozo Ghost, spectral entity, bioelectric field, invulnerable to natural energies. As these entities phase in and out of existence, the only way to track them accurately is with X-ray scanning, which I don't have at the moment. This partially phased nature makes them invulnerable to natural energy types, such as fire, ice, and electricity. Their aggressive and erratic behavior is most likely due to the corrupting effects of Phazon in the Tallon IV environment. They appear to be drawn to Chozo religious sites where they wreak havoc upon anything that dares enter the area. So I think Wave Beam? No. I need to... Oh, the normal beam can affect them, because that's not a natural energy type. Ow, that's very rude, sir. Now we're Ghostbusters. Statue of a Chozo Elder. According to lore, these statues serve as the watchful guardians of tombs and shrines. Its outstretched hands are empty, as if it's awaiting an offering. What better offering than ball? Okay. I said ball. That opens up some more slots, only one of which we can actually use at the moment. Because we have the wave beam, but we don't have the cold affecting beam. Or the heat affecting beam as yet. Download some map information into my gun. Amazing how everything in the future operates based off of guns. You open doors with your guns, you get new maps with your gun, you probably brush your teeth with guns. The future is an interesting place. A new path has been opened, but a new lore is right here. Things bound to earthly shapes are temporal and frail. Existing in a single dimension, they are fragile, vulnerable, ultimately mortal. However, not all things obey this law. Shapeless, they wait beyond the realm of perception, emerging only when one arrives who can feel their presence. Such is the will of the Chozo. Our will to defeat the evil seeping into this planet remains. We desire only to see the darkness meet its end. The will of the Chozo has no mind or reasoning of its own, though. The entrusted one's trial. Yes, that's a good way to rationalize ghosts. Need to go back. He needs another bowling ball for us to proceed. Oh yes, I disabled the window so I can actually jump up here. Very nice. So we need to drain the water. There's also toads, because why wouldn't there be toads? Ghosts. All the spooky things. Like video game wise, I would assume. Supernatural. Um, that is a good question. Yeah, there's very few good horror movies in my experience. I still think Silent Hill series is like an amazingly good horror series. Probably the best at true horror. While I love Resident Evil, I wouldn't say they're scary in any capacity. Um, I know I played good horror games, but Silent Hill is the easiest one I can think of because it definitely affected me the most. The Fear series is also good. They're first-person shooter horror games, which, apart from actually being wonderful first-person shooters, have very supernatural-based spooks. Just, I would stick to the first two. The third one kinda just became an action game for no reason. Let's see. Well, we got the ice beam. The power of ice. I love the ice beam. It certainly is one of my favorite weapons, as if that wasn't going to be obvious by my name. What other horror-related things have I played recently? I mean, I haven't played the remake of it, but Dead Space is also really good. It's kind of supernatural. I would say it's a mixture of supernatural and zombie, even though they're not really zombies. Um, I do want to take that elevator, but I also want to activate the ice door, the ice bowling alley. It's like sci-fi horror. Just like Alien Isolation is sci-fi horror, but Dead Space, there's a lot more combat, and also like there's lots of creatures, as one would equate to Resident Evil, I suppose. Did I just go? I literally went backwards. Wow. The genius is strong. Okay. I think the ghosts might have respawned, but we're gonna find out. Oh, yep. Hello, three ghosts. Oh, that didn't do damage to him. Oh my lord. Don't dodge my missiles, sir. It's extraordinarily rude. That's very fair. And as Roxy said, there's lots of other, like, other types of horror games that are more specifically supernatural, like Phasmophobia and the like. But, at least personally from what I've played, I definitely prefer horror games that have, like, some degree of gameplay to them that's, more based on combat or exploration. Phasmophobia is good, but it's horror in a different genre to a lot of other games, since it's, like, short match-based type of investigatory thing. Getting over how old it is, I'd say that maybe Silent Hill 1 or 2 are probably the actual scariest games I've played. The most spooky. You know, this whole line of conversation has made me realize there's an unfortunate lack of actually scary horror games. Like, there are some, like, but there's not many, as many as you would think. Like, it's a very popular indie genre on Steam, but they mostly focus on just straight up jump scares, which are more just irritating than scary. Or they're co-op, and personally, once you add co-op to something, it's like 8 trillion% less scary, in my opinion, which is the problem I have with a lot of the modernly popular horror games. I went the wrong way. There's also ghosts there now. Oopsie. Oh my, I'm gonna ignore you, ghosts. I really don't have time for you. Good thing ghosts can't go through walls. Except for the few that they can. Very nice. I believe we have half of all the energy tanks, because we are now at 7, plus the default bar of health. And now we are going to actually go to Tallon Overworld. Wait, is this a different elevator? I think there were 2 elevators and I took one of them. There were 2 elevators that both go to Tallon Overworld. Okay. I have played this game before, but obviously I don't remember a lot of the specifics. Oh yeah, also the ice beam is amazing. Alright. Now, we shall go somewhere. We'll go to this. Well, I meant to fall onto the other track. That didn't quite work how I wanted it to. There we go. There is actually quite a few doors in this room that I've not gone to. But we're up here, so we're gonna do this door. Weakness due to water saturation. So surely it's weak to just bomb. Missile? Super missile? I don't have what I need to break through that rock. Well, that's unfortunate, but I have a door I can go to. I think. I do. What can I get to it? That is the very important question. Maybe if I do a fancy jump. I'm not sure how much the first-person games are, but Metroid, in particular the 2D games, are famous for sequence breaking, so I'm not actually sure how much I can or can't get to when it's not obvious. But I'm not going to try too hard to get to super out-of-reach doors. I'm going to take the other elevator. I have done sequence breaking in the 2D ones, which some are funnily enough designed with sequence breaking in mind. Metroid Dread had like an actual cutscene for defeating a boss, using an item you're not supposed to have during that boss fight. I don't think Prime has anything like that, but I still like to try. In the hole. Now we shall take this elevator, which, if I'm not mistaken, might put us close to the crashed pirate ship from the beginning of the game. I so do love causing trouble for the space pirates. These guys are immune to, like, everything but missiles. They are not, however. Get back here. I desire to kill. Oh, hello. Free missile expansion. Also, some pain. I'm still working on saving Princess Ridley. I've yet to find them. I'm looking for the castle right now. This might be the castle. Also, hello, and welcome to the stream. Goodbye. Oh man, this is why the ice beam is my favorite beam. It would take so much longer to kill those guys without the ice beam. Oh, he just died. Massive internal injuries due to concussive trauma. Well, I guess the ship kind of did crash from space, so that might have caused a little bit of trauma. Alright. Beautiful water. Except, again, very slow going in it. Hello. The door has no power. That right. Oh, right. I need to manually turn on the power. What? No, I don't have these scanned. No, please, I want to scan you. Tallon crab, crustacean native of Tallon IV. Swarm lifeform, once harvested for food, exposure to Phazon has seen this practice diminish. Timid and harmless alone, but a problem when traveling in swarms. Well, damn. As an avid lover of seafood, I would love nothing more than to spend the next 4 hours here eating all of them. But alas, I've got other things to do. Sure didn't take long for sea life to just make use of this ship for their own purposes. Hello, hello, Sky. Welcome to the stream, and I would like to once again thank you very, very much for the absolutely wonderful emotes. They are truly amazing. Gelzap, aquatic predator made of electrically bound skeletal halves. The brain is located in the upper half of its body, while the heart and digestive tract occupy the lower half. Linked only by electrical impulses, the two halves somehow function effectively enough to launch this Gelzap to the top of Tallon IV's aquatic food chain. Oh, well, I am going to the bottom of the water, not the top of the food chain. Whoops. That's fine. They turned out very well. They're very adorable. And of the superior life form known as pigs, even better. Aqua Reaper, powerful aquatic tentacle, part of a submerged organism. Similar in nature to the surface-based Reaper vine, that's adapted to a liquid environment. Shares the poor vision of its rock-dwelling cousin, relying on a crude sonar sense to seek prey. Unhindered by water, it has considerable speed and strength. Well, I have considerable beam of ice. I'll just walk around. They're really not that threatening. Oh yes, I'm really feeling this like 10-ton suit right now in this water. Oh, can I even jump up here in this suit? Maybe. Close enough. Delicious soup. Open the door, please. Oh, it has no power. Son of a... Where's the power? There are multiple power switches, okay. I believe there's one more. Who are you? Oh, that's the stupid Jezlap. Shouldn't be too difficult to find the last power node. In fact, it is right there. Suffice to say, we will eventually find a means to navigate the water without feeling like we weigh 8,000 pounds. But that will come in the future. For now, we must endure. Although, to be fair, I wouldn't even be surprised if Samus does weigh 8,000 pounds in this suit. You can ball anywhere, because ball is the ultimate form of motion. It is the ultimate shape. No coincidence, then, too, that pigs are also vaguely ball-shaped. This is Passive Blast. Even more energy tank. We have so much health now. Incoming scan data. Unusual gravity patterns analyzed. Which is not even remotely where we are right now. Oops. Oh, nothing wrong with exploring. Except, as it says, progress hindered by water, and not get further. So I might have tried to go to this area a bit too soon. The question is, can I get out? I guess. There's a whole bunch of platforms that are all conveniently floating at the right heights for me to jump across. Except the part where I fall. That's not convenient. So we are going back to Iceland. And Drana Drift. Oh yes. I'm pretty sure most Metroid games have a water-based, well, a suit that works in water. I don't think every Metroid game has water, but if they do, there's typically a suit to deal with it. Oh my lord, I'm going to murder the hell out of you, sir. You ruined my jump. These pretentious aquatic life forms, they think they're so cool because they can navigate the water naturally. Well, I got news for you. You are cool, but that's not the point. The point is I need to get through. Where is he? He's up there. Come on, turn around, I dare you. Ah. Oh. Okay, at least I didn't fall all the way down. Wonderful. Now we are almost free. Oh no. Okay. They're all dead at least. I think. So let's proceed. And here we are. Just a few more jumps. And we'll be out of the submerged vessel. Oh, I can zoom with the ball. Excellent. Goodbye. Okay, now back to Phendrana Drifts. Should be a elevator somewhat nearby that'll take us to Magmore, from which we can access Phendrana. Let me just actually remember what direction that is. Alright. Oh, I love the ice beam so much. I can't say it enough. So many enemies I can just instantly destroy. It's not technically the most powerful, but the one I like the most. Now, the elevator to Phendrana is not that way. It's right through there. And we are actually will be next acquiring the suit upgrade. Excuse me, dragon. I can make the lava jiggle with the ice beam. I don't think I can do much else about it. Excuse me. Just taking a quick swim. I definitely can't break this yet, right? It was Andesium. No, I cannot break that. Excuse me, pirates. I'm sorry, do you want to die? I'm going to let you live if you leave me alone. I'm very busy. Power of ball. Speeds things up. I would love to rewatch the speedrun of this game and see just how much pro ball moves there are. You know what they say? There's nothing quite like watching a pro play with balls. So they can probably pull off some neat tricks. I need a lot more practice with the boost mechanic before I can speed run around. Now, where it told me to go was that way. Yes, so I need to... Well, basically, well, let me ask this. You don't understand the story or the just general gameplay of it? Or probably both. Okay. Well, gameplay-wise, it's basically going around and exploring where you can with your abilities. I guess it's kind of similar to the Metroidvania Castlevanias, because you're exploring areas, finding new abilities that open up new areas, and then basically keep doing that until you have everything you need to get to the final area of the game. Well, that's the most short and concise way. Story-wise, for this game, Samus Aran, basically a space adventurer, is investigating what the space pirates are up to. And on this planet she finds it was a Chozo planet, which are like an ancient race of very advanced bird people that are mostly extinct now. A race that raised her and gave her some of their DNA. I believe there's an extra scene for 100% completion, but other than that, the endings are the same. I think that's true of most of them. Oh man, this guy keeps stomping and knocking me around. And then based on the lore we've recovered so far, we know that the Chozo dealt with the problem of a meteor of poison crashing here, and they tried to contain it, and they all died out. But still, very, quote, contained, unquote, but not really, because the space pirates are still messing around with the Phazon, which is the poison. But whatever's causing all of the Phazon is still contained. But it will probably have to be dealt with. All the side exploration does make the game easier, because the energy tanks are basically extra health bars. More missiles is always good for obvious reasons. And eventually I'll be able to find bomb upgrades once I get a different weapon I don't have yet. This is only the second game in the whole Metroid timeline. I think it's the 5th one that came out, but timeline-wise, it's just only the second. Yeah, in some Metroid games, the beams just continue to stack on each other. Like, a lot of the 2D ones, you don't switch between the beams. They just, eventually all the beams combine, and then you have a beam that does everything. This one, no beam is useless because they all have their advantages. So you just switch between them a lot. I definitely recommend Metroid as a very fun series, though. Like, the exploration is top-notch. In some ways, it's not as combat-heavy as Castlevania. I mean, a lot of the enemies are pretty easy. The bosses are more interesting, but there's a big focus on exploring and finding everything. This is... Oh, I'm trying to scan the ice. This ice blocks... Wow. Great, a blast of heat. I don't have a blast of heat, so... I will not be opening that just yet. However, what I do have is the ability to fall the entire length of this chamber. Wonderful. Definitely intentional. Gravity is a very big enemy of mine in pretty much any game that has gravity. Which I guess is most of them, but in most of them it doesn't matter. That is a interesting creature. A glider. Docile airborne creatures with unusual magnetic properties. They live a relatively peaceful existence, and they have a magnetic signature attuned to common grapple beam technology. The sport of glider riding involves using a grapple beam to attach to a glider, then staying on as long as possible. Well, that sounds fun, but I don't have a grapple beam, so that's not fun. What is that? Oh, right. Hunter Metroid. Adolescent Metroid. Energy siphon tentacles increase its threat level. As Metroids develop, they become more efficient predators. Energy-draining tentacles allow them to attack at a distance. Quick to anger, a Hunter Metroid will charge troublesome prey and attempt to ram them into submission. I've scanned 75% of the logbook, oh boy. So, suffice to say, the series is named after the titular Metroid. The Metroids in here are a bit different than normal, because they are mutated by the Phazon. Metroids are basically a perfect warrior creation made by the Chozo, which were made to contain something even worse. Which I don't believe you find out until the 6th game in the series. Something like that. Maybe it's the 4th. But Metroids in most games are completely invulnerable to everything except being frozen and then destroyed with missiles. So kind of not nice for most of the galaxy to deal with, which is why the pirates are always after them to try and use them and, you know, do generally piratey things with them. I don't know if I can do anything here yet. Oh, I guess I can. I think this is where I need to go. Yes, excuse me, pirate. Let me just deal with you real fast. Instantly destroyed. There is something up there, but I don't have the grapple beam, so I must go down. Down into the lovely water yet again. Excuse me, sir. Okay. So now we will just make a few bridges. I think that's all the stalactites I can knock down. But there's one more there. I cannot make that jump though. That would require a grappling hook, which I do not have. However, I can do this. And this leads directly to the area we need to go. Oh, there it is. Out of my way. I need it. The gravity suit. Definitely one of my favorites, both in function and design. Now we add the power of purple to our arsenal. Movement in liquid environment no longer hindered. Finally. If only I had a gravity suit in real life. you. The thing I just destroyed. Well, these are water tentacles, basically. That's what I just destroyed. It's some weird electrical fish. Oh, that's because when you create a bright light, you can see the reflection on the helmet. That is Samus in her own suit. That was even a detail in the original GameCube version, though it obviously looks way nicer in the remastered version. Get out of here. Yes. Although it controlled a lot more differently. I'm not even sure how to describe it. Like, this version is like a twin stick, so like a normal shooter one would expect. But, if I look at options, control scheme for the classic. Let me just see. Oh, the classic is kind of like tank controls like Resident Evil used to be. I totally forgot about that. Though, technically speaking, I didn't play the original. There was an emulator mod that allowed you to use mouse and keyboard for all the Metroid Prime games, which, suffice to say, is pretty rad. But since there's lock-on to, like, literally everything, you don't really need a mouse or that type of precision. Wait. That goes to there. Oh my. Open your mouth. How dare you miss my missile? Now with the power of the gravity suit, I believe now is the time to go back to the crashed pirate ship. Although I really would like some more missiles. Oh, I forgot the gun literally freezes when you use the charge attack. I love all the little visual details in this game. There's another door there, but can I get to it? That's the question. I believe the answer is yes. Where does this go? Oh, this connects to the pirate location. Okay, I don't think I need to be here, but that is good to know that I can get back there a lot faster. Also neat how a lot of the map connects to each other in a lot of different locations, which makes exploration a lot easier the more stuff you unlock. Zoom. Love seeing that purpley suit. I only wish that I didn't have that it was. Yeah, I was gonna say I wish that Samus started with it, but Metroid is known for you always start with nothing in every game, and they offer it's just one excuse or another for how she loses all of her equipment. I mean, she didn't have it in the first game, but other than that, there's always something that causes her to lose everything. So why wouldn't there be? Wait, did I go the wrong way again? Kind of. I need to go... Not this way. Behold my absolute failure of map navigation. Alright, this surely is the correct way. I believe I need to go straight across. There's an elevator, which means I need to go all the way up to the top. Alright. Now we're making progress. Oh my lord, this is the pirate base. I need to go even more up. Someday I will navigate correctly the first time. Perhaps. That's the goal anyway. And it wasn't any better in Castlevania with me opening the map every 5 seconds. Of course, I will simply blame Dracula for that, since his castle changes in every game. It used to one castle, and then all of a sudden it's a different castle. It's very inconvenient and anti-friendly to guests. Alright, so... we want to go left to the first elevator, which will get us closer to the pirate ship, which we will now navigate without issue. Excuse me, sirs. Just navigating my way. You don't have to worry about me. I have so much health already that I pretty much don't care about a lot of the normal enemies hitting me. And I still have 6 health bars to get. Though to be fair, more health bars is good for the bosses. But at least I'm not getting 2 or 3 shot by random enemies, like the last game I played. You know, clearly what Dracula needs is he just needs... You know, I don't know what he needs, but he needs someone other than monsters in his castle. That would solve a lot of his issues, I feel. Oops, just a little third-degree burns. That is faster than using the spider ball track, so Samus can deal with the pain. Because I would rather her deal with the pain than me deal with 5 more seconds of traveling. She's got a suit on, how bad could it be? I mean, it's her own fault if she doesn't have padding in there to insulate the heat just a little bit. Very true. All right. Screw you, plant. Alright, almost back to the pirate ship. Now, the question is, can I remember offhand what the next upgrade is? And the answer is, I don't know. Like, I'm generally aware of what all the remaining upgrades are. I can't remember the order. So, I think we might be getting the X-ray goggles soon. Seeing nerds. Either that or the grapple beam. The grapple beam is also a very likely possibility. That is true. It helps that, one, it's a lot easier to navigate than Ecclesia's being on hard mode. So I just feel like I can zoom relatively. But also, I feel navigation in the Metroid games is very intuitive. Another thing I really love about them. Excuse me, sir, I'm trying to jump. Okay, see, now are you happy that you interrupted me? Is that working out for you now? Excellent. Back to the ship. Back to the water. $1,000,000% faster, because we are not slow or inhibited. I'm not sure if it's explained in a comic or anything like that, but I would love someday just learn why every door in the universe requires a gun to open. Oh my lord, stand still. Thank you, sir. I'll have a bit more mobility. Let me make sure. There might be something hidden in this room. If there is, I don't see it. Ah, I knew we need to activate more electricity. Question is, where are the others? Well, that's not one down there, is it? It is. It 100% is. Okay. Well, it can definitely be a cool effect. The remaster added this weird motion blur to the thermal visor, which I really just not sure how I feel about. Definitely a bit jarring compared to what I was expecting, though. But then I don't know how thermal vision looks in real life. I mean, I'm sure it's not completely smooth. Hello, dead pirate. Excuse me. Yeah. Sure, none of these can be opened. What are you? Aqua drone, security mecha adapted for use in underwater areas. So, as it says, a water-based drone. And it's also vulnerable to electricity, unsurprisingly. Ah, I knew there was something to open. I believe it is a super missile. Well, not as vulnerable as I would like at any rate. But the charge beam is a lot more effective. Oh, I need to power this, don't I? Okay. And we got one over there. I like the wave beam. The wave beam is a lot better in 2D. And I understand why it's not the case in the first person. But in 2D, the wave beam generally... The wave beam or some upgrade right after the wave beam lets it shoot through, like, all walls. Which is very fun in 2D. I hear pirates. Excuse me, sir. Stop moving. Thank you. And with that... Where is the door? The door is up there. And last is over here. If a problem can't be solved by a gun, it ain't worth solving. That's what I always say. I definitely just scan those. What are you? You are Aqua Sac. Sack of Explosions. Same as the Sac. The above water variant. But I don't think electricity ignites them. You know, that's fair. I did actually live in the South for 7 years, so maybe it rubbed off on me. Oh, this is gonna be some jumping. I remember this now. So doing jumps with the power bombs, or the morph ball bombs, is a common thing in the games. There's a lot of speedrun tricks in the 2D games, though, because in the 2D games, you can technically power bomb forever, but as you can see at the top, I only get 3 bombs in this one. There's a lot of sequence breaking you can do in the 2D games. I've never gone in depth to it, but whenever I eventually go back to any of the 2D games, I'm going to try to do some sequence breaking and just see what I can manage. Well, that took me through the pirate ship, but I don't actually think I needed to go through it. Well, maybe, maybe not. Oh dear, owie, owie, that's not good stuff. Intense radiation, yeah. That would be Phazon. It's not as contained as the Chozo we're hoping, but, you know. Speaking of, we're taking a trip to the Phazon Mines. 'Mines. 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 'M The space pirates have put in a bit of work onto this planet, suffice to say. And what downsides could there possibly be to harvesting this extraordinarily radioactive and mutagenic material? Think of the science. Well, now I'm definitely not sure what the next upgrade is. Because I forgot that the phase-on mines were the next area. Excuse me, are you still active? Alright. What do we got here? Secondary force field control. Ah yes, we need to disable the force fields. Huh? Did I hear pirates? I see a pirate. Oh, I can't just leave him by himself. Excuse me, sir. Ice plus ice equals explosion. Don't even need the missile. Oh, he just literally blew up. Okay. Power. Power, power, power. Well, I know how to turn something on. That activates the crane, though I'm not entirely sure I can do anything with it. Or rather, I don't know if I have the item to do what I want to. No, I definitely wanted to do that, that's for sure. How do I get up on the crane? There it is. Okay. And the crane can help me get over there, but I think I need the grappling hook, so I will leave that for now. And enter into the mines proper. Oh, those are big turrets. Mega turret. Reinforced with energy shielding. Frustrated with inferior armor plating on standard defense turrets, the Space Pirates added energy shielding to a modified heavy cannon. New shielding and increased beam strength makes it an efficient point defense weapon. Well, that's very nice, isn't it? I have missiles, however, super missiles. Listen, pirate. You really just gonna walk up to me and try to hit me? Wait, can these guys not? I guess they can't be frozen, but they do take damage. I know you're here. Show yourself. Oh, he got frozen. A lot of good that melee attacking, did you? But we are definitely going to encounter some new pirate types very shortly. I'll look at that pillar that I'm clearly analyzing. Wave Trooper, space pirate armed with wave beam technology. They have reverse engineered several of your weapons, including the wave beam. A flaw in the design makes these pirates vulnerable to their own beam weapon system. These weapons are inferior to your Chozo designed originals, but still quite potent. Goodbye, pirates. Bioscan locks in place, locks keyed to space pirate life signs only. We'll see how long that lasts. Microfractures and Vendesium. Still don't have what we need for that. We're buying a lot of radioactive stuff now. Ice Beam shoots a lot slower, but each shot is a lot more powerful. In fact, it only takes 3 shots. Recommended battle systems for elite pirates are as follows. Shoulder-mounted plasma artillery cannon with propulsion shield, wave quake projector, energy siphon system, and retractable wrist bayonets. Elite Pirate Alpha. He looks very blue. A lot of Phazon related augmentations, one would assume. Initial Project Helix experiments with space pirate embryos were disastrous. The Phazon infusion process degenerated brain tissue even as it augmented muscle mass. None of what we have termed elite pirates lived to maturity. The few that survived their infanthood suffered severe psychotic breakdowns as juveniles, killing anything within their zone of perception. Research team Solera made a recent breakthrough in which parasite studies with a Phazon strain codenamed Vertigo were highly successful. Since then, we have successfully fused Vertigo Phazon with space pirate DNA with great success. The latest batch of elite pirates have reached maturity successfully and are ready for field testing and training. You know, just some casual genetic experiments on your own people. Make weapons of mass destruction. Par for the course in the future. Let's see. Security alert, all stations. Bioform Samus Aran has made planetfall on Tallon IV. The Hunter is among us. All units are hereby ordered to attack Aran on sight. Terminal forces authorized. Report all sightings of Aran's security command at once. It's true. Genome projects are the bread and butter of sci-fi. Even adjacent sci-fi like Metal Gear. Genome soldiers. Metal Gear. Excuse me, sir. Oh wait, what are you?
Recorded to logbook.
Power Trooper, space pirate armed with power beam technology. So basically the same as the wave beam, but my normal beam. Oh no! Oh. He's gonna have to wait for me to get back up there. Don't worry, sir. I'm coming to fight you. All units report to your battle stations. Failure to comply with this order is an act of treason. Treason is punishable by termination. Industrial pulse beam online. Auto-firing mode engaged. Industrial grade pulse beam. Mining configuration. Presence of thermal power signature detected. Alright, well, in that case. How do I... There we go. Doing some quick mining. I think that's everything, right? Maybe there's one more, two more. Oh my lord, you've got to be kidding me. Okay. Okay. There we go. Probably. And a good thing too. We now have the power to hold 95 missiles. I think the maximum amount of this in this game, like 200 something. So there are, you know, a few more missile upgrades we need. Considering each is 5. Well, there's clearly a spider ball track here, so I can safely descend. But no. Anyway. Onward. Those super missiles would work. Super missiles indeed do work on them. What do we have here? Okay, so it's puzzle time. I need to go up. To go up and to do some rotations. Remember, well, the ideal. Well, that seems appropriate. It's true. Why have patience when I can pay for that patience in health that I have plenty of? Patience is a finite resource. Health is unlimited. Kinda. Oh. Well, that doesn't work. Um... So... Oh yeah, I did connect the red incorrectly. Now it works. Maybe if I... Can I zoom on this? No, but I could potentially use momentum. Let me look at this map thing again. Oh, I know what I gotta do. Okay. So what we'll do is we will go back over to this. I was right initially. I just forgot I need to alter the bottom. So that connects to there. But I do have to redo the bottom part of the cylinder. Now with the bottom part altered. Actually get up here. I hear you. We are puzzle experts, that is for sure. Oh, it's another fall. But I am moderately low on health. At least I can solve this one by violence. Phase on mines, level 2. Alright. Oh, those are explosive, aren't they? Well, that's fine. There's a missile expansion in there, which means that we will not only open that, but kill a pirate that was hiding in the ventilation system. Excellent. All part of the plan. On ball. A lot of that phase on everywhere. I wonder what'll happen once I step into this room. Oh dear. Elite Pirate. Phazon Enhanced Space Pirate, incredibly strong, armored, and well armed. Elite Pirates are potent foes. Their energy siphon system absorbs beam weapon shots. The nature of this system makes them vulnerable to concussion-based weapons. While armed, the Elite Pirate is effective in close combat and at a distance. Their massive size can be a weakness, and their sluggish speed allows for evasion and quick attacks. Plasma Artillery Cannon. Cannon connected to energy siphon systems to augment performance. Okay, so what we'll do... is miss all of our missiles. Okay, that hit. Hold on, where am I supposed to hit him now? Oh, owie, sir. Well, that went a lot faster than I was expecting it to, honestly. Such is the power of super missiles and actually attacking the correct target. Security level Tau will be in effect until further notice. All leaves cancelled pending downgrade of alert status. Consumption of elite nutrient mix by non-elite units is strictly prohibited. Failure to comply will result in a 50% ration reduction for a decacycle. Bioform Samus Aran continues to assault our holdings on Tallon IV. Security has been compromised in multiple areas. Casualty rates are rising. Commanders authorized a sizable bounty for the capture or termination of Aran. Report to your field officers for details. The pirate designs were always really cool, but this game, or the remastered especially, makes them look real nice. Science Team is attempting to reverse engineer Samus Aran's arsenal based off of data acquired from her assaults on our forces. Progress is slow but steady. Command would dearly enjoy turning Aran's weapons against her. We believe we can implement beam weapon prototypes in 3 cycles. Aran's power suit technology remains a mystery, especially the curious morph ball function. All attempts at duplicating it have ended in disaster. 4 test subjects were horribly broken and twisted when they engaged our morph ball prototypes. Science Team wisely decided to move on afterward. Well, to be fair, trying to invent that without knowing how probably would not turn out very well. Shipment of military-grade plasma artillery is en route to Tallon IV. Egenoid Star Marines we acquired them from were letting them sit in a warehouse. Our elite pirates, on the other hand, will put them to good use very soon. Security Command issued an all-points alert after the fall of Zebes. The alert concerns Bioform Samus Aran, also known as the Hunter. Subject is heavily armed and extremely dangerous. Subject uses a powered armor suit of unknown design in battle, along with a number of potent beam and concussive weapons. All combat units are instructed to terminate Erin on sight, preferably in a fashion that will allow salvage of her powered armor suit and weapons. A considerable bounty will go to the unit who delivers Erin to command. Dead or alive, it matters not.
Recording to logbook.
Investigations into a possible ingress point for the impact crater continue to meet with failure. The shield of strange energy that protects it is impermeable, and all attempts to tunnel past it have proven fruitless. Our continued futility in this matter is made all the more significant in light of the recent lifeform readings we've discovered emanating from deep within the crater. Analysis of the readings indicates that a massive creature is gestating there, absorbing enormous amounts of phazon from the phazon core at the heart of the impact crater. This discovery makes accessing the crater doubly important. Not only will it open the door to vast deposits of phazon within, but it will also lead us to this creature, whatever it may be. So, a creature just constantly growing from all the phazon in the containment field. That's very lovely. Something we will have to deal with. I think I got all the logs. Oh, hello, Ice Pirate. I must scan you.
Recording to logbook.
Ice Trooper, armed with Ice Beam technology. Means I get to use my favorite weapon on him. Missiles I still don't think really work. But at least I can freeze them. Very nice. Evaluation of plasma artillery cannons is complete. The weapons are fully functional, but a flaw has been discovered. Subpower thermal shielding gives them a high heat signature. This could make them easier to target for enemies with enhanced vision capabilities. Exactly what I did. Security alert, computer systems compromised. Bioform Samus Aran has cracked our systems. The hunter can access our system at will, and is able to bypass most of our security programs. Use manual locking systems when possible. Facility commands request for elite pirate transfer to security forces granted. Prepare units for field duty at once. Tallon Metroid aggression levels are rising. Be alert for any attempts by Tallon Metroids to escape from quarantine areas. Their energy absorption ability is not able to disrupt our force fields, but continued exposure to phazon may change things for the worse. Reports on hunter activity are in. Analysis indicated that the hunter is using morph ball technology to infiltrate our facility. Calibrate sensors to search for morph ball energy signatures. Oh, you're doing a wonderful job at stopping me. Great job, pirates. So much delicious lore. Results are in from field studies in the bioform group Chozo, who we believe are extinct. We believe that Tallon IV was once a stronghold in a great Chozo empire, brought low by the meteor strike. Planetary devastation brought an end to the Chozo, yet remnants of their society remain. We are studying these relics in an attempt to harness their power. What is of no use to us, we destroy. In time, we shall have all we need from this dead race and shall wipe this planet clean of their ugly ruins. The dead should serve the living, not hinder them. I mean, maybe in a less callous way, that's not entirely wrong, but although we are still no closer to finding the artifacts of the Chozo, we have at least produced a viable hypothesis for their function. It appears that each of the artifacts corresponds to one of the statues on the temple platform, and that each one acts as a small key to a huge lock. Judging by the number of statues, we assume there must be 12 artifacts. Once we find the resting spots of all 12, we can bring them here, unite them with their statues, and open the gate system at long last. Once we do the impact crater, and whatever creature it shelters, will be ours for the taking. Sounds easy enough. Phazon infused fungal harvesting continues. Adding them to ration mix for elite pirates. Security requests of elite pirates in Metroid quarantine areas. High casualties suffered by standard pirates is not acceptable. Yeah, Metroids are kind of dangerous. Configuration of security drones authorized. Deployed to new mission critical areas. Turned off a force field.
Recording to logbook.
We have come to another dead end. It is clear now that we will never discover the locations of the Chozo's artifacts until we can decipher the messages carved into the statues in this abominable temple. Our language databases are woefully inadequate, and our linguistic analysts can come up with little more than vague theories. The best hypothesis that we can offer is that finding artifacts will require items spiritually linked to the Chozo civilization. However, without these items, we are lost, and Command grows more impatient by the day. Results must be reached soon. Placement of standard hatch covers continues. Steel covers will be replaced with cordite and mendesium covers in decacycles. Planetary stealth technology is back online. We have evaded detection by the battlecruiser Emmons. The brief lapse in planetary security caused by the crash of our frigate is over. Now we can concentrate our efforts on the Hunter.
Recorded to logbook.
For reference, there is like a human, well, it's more than human, but largely human federation that the pirates obviously are enemies with, that they're trying to hide from. This planet is kind of off the charts of a lot of galactic civilization. Analysis continues on these cursed ruins and the Chozo temple that hovers near them. We are now completely certain that the containment field denying us access to the impact crater is linked to the strange artifacts that belong at the temple. But we are no closer to finding them or deciphering the riddles that seem to cover every wall of this ruined place. Command grows increasingly anxious for a resolution to this matter, so we must redouble our efforts. X-ray squadrons will begin terrain sweeps within days. Until they begin, patrols are instructed to report any and all architectural anomalies to the commanders. We're probably getting the X-ray soon. Any signs of ration rejection by elites are to be reported at once.
Recorded to logbook.
Base pirate encrypted data, yet again. There have been numerous incidents involving spectral entities at Chozo ruin sites. Several personnel have been assaulted by these Chozo ghosts. Few have survived. Survivors speak of swift attacks from nowhere, brief sightings of the enemy, then nothing, only to be followed by another attack. The science team believes these attacks are in response to our efforts to recover Chozo relics and artifacts. Somehow, these entities are able to interact with the physical world, and it appears they wish to keep their artifacts to themselves. We will make them pay for such arrogance, for even ghosts can be destroyed. These pirates, they never lose their confidence, no matter what obstacle is in front of them. Ghosts? We can destroy ghosts. That's no problem. Oh no, poison gas. I'm probably acid gas, because I don't see why poison would affect me. So I'm just gonna leave. And then the gas doesn't affect me. Metroids from the initial batch have matured to Hunter phase. Be advised that the Hunter Metroid has siphon tentacles. They can attack with them from a distance as opposed to the close combat tactic used by younger Metroids. Increased aggression levels observed in latest elite pirate units, increasing phase on feed by 0.07%, blah blah blah. Metroid activity accelerating in non-frigid areas. Hello, pirates. Oh dear. Hello, indeed, pirates. Where? How do I get back up? Probably by unlocking the force field. All available troopers report to Mine Security Command. Excuse me, that's very rude. Alright. We are actually somewhat low on health, but that's fine. No big deal. Maybe just a bit of recklessness has led to this situation. Some more elite pirates. Aerial units immediately. Increase the bamboo patrols in authorized areas. Test results from battle simulation Samus Aran are promising. Elite units report a 74% success ratio against Aran in testing. High Command is pleased but expects a higher ratio by project's end. I'm sure that's not a biased test at all. Definitely accurate. Elite Pirate Upsilon's propensity for Phazon has enabled our research team to infuse it far beyond our safety restrictions, and the results have been extremely encouraging. Its constant Phazon diet has increased its mass exponentially, but it has retained all mental faculties, shows dexterity with all elite weaponry, including plasma incendiary launchers and the chameleon manta issued for cloaking purposes. Elite Pirate Upsilon exhibits miraculous healing abilities. When injured, it seeks out Phazon deposits and coats itself in the substance, which instantly mends the creature's wounds. Subject, which we are codenaming Omega Pirate based on these developments, shows potential to be a new standard for our armies. Our only concern at this point is its potential overdependence on Phazon. Death to the hunter, death to all who oppose us. Great message. Our enemies will tremble before the might of our elite forces. He was just leaving these one-line messages about, we're cool, you suck. Unauthorized Tallon Metroid feeding is strictly prohibited. Prohibited? Prohibited. Also, who's feeding Metroids just for fun? Sometimes I question these pirates. Well, all the time, but sometimes more than all the time. Sure, do hope I can save soon. Oh, is that another elite pirate? Yeah. Well, I'm sure they will eventually wake up, but that is not right now. Oh, well now I know what my upgrade's gonna be. Oh, those are somewhat invisible, but that's fine. Some more maintenance requests and the like. Based on processing and security subsystems, their security systems are taxing the dynamo beyond safety tolerances. Though the conversion to geothermal power is easing the drain on our systems, it is not enough. Further power use at current levels could lead to system failure. The door is locked, I can't just go in it. I'm gonna have to destroy these robots. I can't lock onto it. Try this. Can't tell if I'm actually hitting it with this. Oh, I am. I'm just missing a lot. Oh, that one is dead. And now an electricity maze. With my one full health bar and 4 energy from another. It's fine. We're fine. What is that? Oh. Well, that's very helpful. Did I go the wrong way? No, I need to go up. Alright. And we are just about at the end. Means we will now have one of Samus's most powerful weapons. The power bombs. Workers have been transferred following a phase-on madness. Units have reported science team for use in laboratory studies and the new elite pirate program. Their dementia will make them adequate training adversaries for the elite team. Well, that's one health retirement plan. Keeping of pets has been suspended until further notice. Domestic beasts have been deemed highly susceptible to phase-on madness and are thereby a hazard to personnel. All Gronkats and all BAPs must be disposed of immediately. Failure to comply will result in the loss of pay for a cycle and reduced rations. Oh. I cannot tolerate getting rid of pets. So now the pirates really have to die. But also power bomb. Power bomb is wonderful. Very excellent. Guess I could have done that to bypass the turrets. Oh, I've disabled them. Now they're no threat. Excellent. Very excellent. Well, there's the quarantine area that they have the Metroids in. Fungal invigoration fluid, processing normal. Decreased aggression between elite pirates and irradiated Metroids. Science team believes the infusion of phazon in these units may be forming a type of symbiosis between them. Their studies underway. Fusion of phazon into local fungi is proceeding. This has produced a cheap, viable ration for many of our phazon-enhanced units. Mass production has been authorized. Force field disengaged. Whoopsie. Oh, he's very mad. He's not even gonna help his friends. Wrong thing. See, that is the proper way to deal with Metroids, and the only way in most of the games. Oh. Well, the Metroids killed all the other pirates, so that's nice. Synthetic Metroid ration mix in progress. Size increase of 400% in fungal unit. That is a big mushroom.
Received.
Spectral analysis complete. Spectral increase at Tallon site. But now we really are Ghostbusters. Literally investigating a spectral presence. But also that is another upgrade, which is generally what all those hints are when they pop up. Reminds all personnel to refrain from antagonizing Metroids. Severe penalties will be enforced for all violations of this order. I mean, literally just seeing what Metroids can do. Why would one antagonize the Metroids? Seems a bit silly. Oh, hello pirates, I didn't even see you there. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go in here. Because this is the save. I guess for Space Pirates, not much else. They could, especially after pets were banned. That doesn't really leave a lot of much of anything. You know, as clearly, like, horrible as the Space Pirates are, I like these little lore entries. Like, just a little entry about having pets adds a lot of character to what is otherwise just a mindless race of destruction. Something I really love about the Prime games. Because all of them have, like, all sorts of lore and shit to scan. Full health, game saved. And now, onward. Investigate the ghosts. They need bustin'. Bustin's what I do. Oh. Hello, sir. Okay, stop your energy field. I want to shoot your cannon. So much for being elite. And there we are, at full health again. Oh, where's that Bendesium fracture? Or Bendesium gate? This is what makes Bendesium go away. Power of Power Bomb. Power Bombs are so good, I can only hold 3 to start with. And I have not found a pickup, so I think I only have 1. But now we have another energy tank. Hey, when you're dealing with pirates, you gotta talk smack to them occasionally, even if they're too dead to hear it. I'm sure they got security cameras here listening to me mock them. Probably. Who are you? That's the one computer I didn't scan. Talking about increasing rations. Very important. Where are we? So we have a door down here we haven't gone to. See you, nerds. I believe this is also Bendesium power. Do I keep missing, really? That must have been a mega turret. I don't actually think I can progress this way, though. So we can't open the red door. And I don't know if I can get up. Maybe I can get up. So I don't see. Well, now I see how. But this doesn't really lead anywhere, does it, huh? Or does it? No. At least not currently. Go on. There we go, Samus. Oh, hey, another mega turret. All right. This... Oh. Well, I don't have a grappling hook, but can I make that jump? Maybe? I can. Where does this go? Magmore Caverns again. Okay. I think I know where this goes. But that brings up the problem that I'm out of power bombs. Which is less than ideal, because I won't actually be able to get anywhere if I'm not mistaken. Right, I definitely... No, I have one power bomb. Okay. Good, because otherwise I'd be stuck. Oh, hey.
Recorded to logbook.
A power bomb ammunition. this massive like nuclear explosion and all that road being destroyed, and that bug is just crawling along like nothing happened. How simple the life of a bug is. Don't think I can do anything here still. Yeah, I need the grappling hook for this. There is definitely something in this room. Maybe one of the artifacts I need. Oh, you're fine, Samus. Alright. Now that is an elevator up, which I believe it is even the elevator. It's to Tallon, which is nice and all, but now that I have power bombs, there's at least one thing I want to get. Not a mandatory upgrade, but a weapon upgrade nonetheless. Should be right here. The ice spreader uses 10 missiles with the ice beam. And now the closest elevator is backwards, so. Now I need to kill someone with this. The most efficient way of testing a weapon is on live targets. So let me just suck in all of the ice. Well, that definitely killed him. Akin to a normal super missile, but probably way more powerful. These enemies probably aren't the best test because they're also probably weak to ice as it is. Oh, well, whatever. This is fine. I was gonna take the not burning route, but if I'm not dead, it was a good idea. That's a good mantra for anything. No matter what task you do, if the end result is you not being dead, it was a good idea. I think that warns me when I'm close to temperatures or substances that would do damage to me. Which, means it's always going off when I'm in a dangerous area. With the way I travel. Because it definitely is always when I'm near lava. I think when there used to be poison water, it would go off as well. Water's so poisonous that it hurts my suit. Alright, we got some Ghost Boston to do. me just find out where they were. Let's see, 1, 2. There might only be 4 things I need to collect. Because we have another weapon. There's obviously a missile upgrade for that weapon. There's the X-ray visors. Well, there's the artifacts, but they're pretty obvious. And the grapple beam. Oh yeah, we are making some progress. Then obviously there's like actual completion, which 100%ing Metroid games is like actually really easy. So I probably actually will do that on this playthrough. Also, so I can see the extra scene that teases Metroid Prime 2, which I really hope Nintendo remasters or at least ports to Switch. I've never genuinely purchased the Metroid Prime games other than this one. So while I've played them, they are definitely worth being bought. I don't even know if I'm remotely going to the correct area. Where Ghost? It's saying Tallon Overworld, did it? It did say in Tallon Overworld. I just assumed the ghosts were in the Chozo ruins. Oh. Well, okay then. Well, while I'm here, I could take one of the elevators over there, I suppose. Oh no. So many ghosts. We really do need the Ghostbusters. There's too many of them. Ow. Ow. At least the ghosts are very polite and they will not leave the room. Did I not go in the store? What's the store? Oh, it's just a hallway that leads over there, I guess. So it is. I need to get to the elevators, which are up. The ghosts are very easy to avoid. Realize I'm going to need to find another power bomb to be able to actually get into this area. So I really hope something drops a power bomb before I get there. Would be ideal. All I had to do was talk about it, and we got a power bomb. That is very convenient. Oh. I guess we also could have gone here. So that is definitely where we're going after we get the what's through here, which is definitely X-ray powers. I know I can get up there. There we go. I'm glad they're just sitting here for me to pick up. "50% of all items." Well, that's definitely including the missiles and such. Now we can have the power of X-ray. Whoa. Oh, that really threw me off for a second. A very, very big room hidden behind some walls. Why I no jump good? Oh my lord. Okay. There we go. It's ghost in time. Which means two things. The first of which is we're gonna switch to this weapon, but also now we can fight the ghosts without losing track of them. You son of a bitch. Very excellent. there was an artifact in here, but that might just be where I need to go. Yeah, that's just how we get out. Is that really all that was in this room? Definitely not. I think I can just blow this up with a bomb, right? Yeah. Get back in there. And so, the power of artifact. The artifact of Chozo, the 7th of 12. Means we have 8 more artifacts. And a few more required items. No! God damn it, Samus. Give me that power bomb. I can never have too many of those. I need them. I guess technically the X-ray goggles aren't really necessary if you know what walls to blow up. But it's still a cool visor. Oh, speaking of cool fun fact, which I did not realize originally. If you notice on the bottom right, there's different hand symbols for what type of beam she's using. She actually does change her hand position. Not as easy to see, but you can see her hand matches what it is for the beam using the X-ray. It's a little neat little thing that I saw. Owie. Can I get up there? Oh, I can get up there. Yes, I can. But the X-ray goggles also allow is, well, yeah, technically you don't even need the X-ray goggles, but that would have been really hard to notice without the X-ray goggles. And then we can go back to Pirate Land, which means I actually want to take the Phazon Mines elevator. I can figure out how to get down here. The controls are on the other side. Son of a bitch. Well, yes, I'm not going the short way, because I'd never unlocked it. Means we are going back to Chozo Ruins. And from there, we shall make our way back to the Phazon Mines to get a new mining technology, aka our other beam weapon. And once we have that, I don't think... Well, once we have that, we can get the grapple beam. Once we have the grapple beam, we can access every area in the game. So then it's literally, at that point, just collecting everything. Making sure we're good. So... Phazon Mines were connected to Magmore, I think. I want to go take this other Tallon elevator. Excuse me, Toad. I mean you no harm. Considering I've only been streaming for 3 hours, this is a significant amount of progress. Now, I'm probably not going to remember offhand where all the missile expansion upgrades are. But once we have all the other items, I might use a checklist guide to see what I do and don't have and go from there before we actually finish the game. So that'll probably be in the next stream of this. We still have some ways to go. Holy moly, it got to 85 just in the other room? My lord. Yeah, if I'm cold I can put on a sweatshirt, but I don't understand the science behind heat distribution. Because I swear it's only like 70 something in this room. Yeah, because I didn't unlock the shortcut. Well, I could go through Magmore, but since I'm right here, I'm just gonna go through the ship again. It's not like it was a long venture. Yes, I'm just simply going the wrong direction. I don't know, because, like, remember, I have a fridge right next to me, and I don't think it causes many heat-related problems. I think that that room has poor, I guess, circulation. Hello, crabs. I really wonder why the pirates are still hanging out in their destroyed ship. Like, why are you here? There's nothing here. Everything's broken. Oh my lord. Owie. Okay. Before I leave the phase on mines again, I will remember to do so with the power of the other elevator. It's a much better shortcut. Oh, owie, don't shoot me. That hurts. Excuse me, creatures. Creatures of the sea. I do not mean to invade your home. I'm just passing through. Alright. Wonderful. The elevator should be like a room or two away. Plus there might be other things we can explore here. That was weird. It said OBS disconnected. Let me check which. Oh, yep. Well, that is very irritating. Thank you, Twitch, for making me have to... Well, I guess it's OBS's fault, but I don't know why OBS did it. Well, that'll be fun. Now, pointlessly having to download and clip 2 videos together just because OBS decided to have a hiccup. That's always fun. Okay, now that shortcut is open forever, and we won't have to go through the pirate ship ever again unless I missed a missile upgrade in it, which is definitely possible. But we will worry about that when it's time to collect all the upgrades. Now is back to the Phazon mines. Laser technology. Excellent. Very excellent. Hello, pirates. I'm just going to ignore you. Alright. Excuse me. Coming through. Oh, the turret is actually a lot scarier than the pirates. But it's fine, I still have mostly full health. The whole ridiculous scenario really speaks to the competency of the pirates. That some woman in 2-ton armor can just literally hop by them. They're elite soldiers, by the way. Just hopping by them with no issue. Excuse me. Is this the room? No, it's in the next room. However, there's something I can do here. He seems a bit more, mutated than the others. Phazon Elite Pirate. Elite Pirate infused with energized Phazon. The Phazon charged Elite Pirates rely more on their Wavequake generators, opting not to carry the vulnerable Plasma artillery cannons. Well, thank you for stopping by. Always glad to have you. You have a good rest of your night then. Get some sleep. I will catch you next time, good sir. Probably for the end of Metroid, because, like I said, I won't be finishing it this stream, but I'll still get some more progress done. Plasma artillery cannons normally used by elites. The direct fusing of Phazon into their bodies provides a tremendous level of energy. The drastically lower lifespan that comes with this process is of little concern to the pirate research team. Yeah, lower lifespan is not a huge deal at all. It's just a very minor inconvenience. See ya, see ya. Ooh, owie. I'm stuck. That was moderately painful. Am I really not jumping over that? Well, he is dead, thankfully. And he was holding an artifact, exactly one of the ones we need. Artifact of Warrior, the 6th of 12. Leaves us with 7 more to acquire. Oh dear. I don't even have missiles with which to deal with these. I have charge shots though. Potentially. Oh, this is glass. Can't tell if this is doing damage. It's freezing it. I guess it's good enough. Oh my lord, you've got to be kidding me. Fine, we will actually try to destroy them. So, while we can largely ignore most of the things, you can tell by my current health that we can't ignore everything consistently. The turrets in particular are nasty. Alright. I am actually going to try to not take a bajillion damage going down this. There we go. Easy, easy. Now we have to stop, I believe. Oh, hello, Metroids. I don't know if the ice beam in of itself is doing damage. I have no missiles, so unfortunately. Just shoot them. Suffice to say, opening the Metroid quarantine area had some consequences. But nothing we can't handle. Oh, did we aggro it? We did. Come here, Metroid. I think that's all the Metroids in this area, so we can safely elect to get through, ideally. Which, I believe, it should still be set up to the correct configuration. For the most part. We do need to make an alteration here or there. Need to get across to do it. If I'm not mistaken, that is the correct facing. Is. And now we need to line up the rest. One more. This will allow us to go all the way to the top. Means more Bendesium, more rubble. Oh, I thought I was getting the weapon, but I actually got the grapple beam. Either way. Very nice and very useful. And we can go across. A new room. Waste disposal unit. Sure, I want to go here. Or do I? That's the way to go, clearly. Or is it? Oh, they both were the way to go. I thought there might have been an item in here. I could be wrong. It appears that I very well might have been wrong. There is no item where in the water. Oh well. This brings us back outside. And the grapple beam does allow us to access fair amount of new areas, including deeper in the phase-end mines. The question is deeper in the phase-end mines necessary to acquire the next item? It could be, because the Metroid quarantine area is down there, but I can't actually remember where we get the last beam. And the game will tell me eventually. Kill all of them from a distance. Oh no, now they're aware of me. Not that it did them much good to be aware of me. Which in turn means we are back at full health and ready to try and figure out where the last beam weapon is. Want to say that it would make sense for it to be in the phase on mines, which in turn means I would want to go back where I was into the pirate facility and simply find a way down. Which is fine, I just need to adjust the crane. Oh, wrong thing. Oh no, gravity. Okay, anyway, where was I? Just trying futilely to find the correct way to go. To alter the crane. I know we need a significantly larger amount of missiles. There's also power bomb upgrades to consider. But beyond that, we're doing pretty good on collectibles. We've got over 50% of everything. Well, that includes mandatory items as well. Still. Am I blinding how to get up? Yeah, I am. Oh, right, there's a cliff. But of course there is. We're gonna go up. Oh wait, we don't need to go up yet, we need to switch the orientation. Now we shall be good. You know, just after an accidental morph ball again. Alright, here we go. Oh. Almost. I want to go left. Right? Yeah, left, but not all the way down left. expertly avoided all of those. Definitely not a fluke or luck or any such thing. And further down to the face on mines. I'm pretty sure what I need is down here. It would make the most sense, I feel. I suppose we'll find out. We're almost at the Metroid containment. Excuse me, gentlemen. Excuse me. Ooh, that's not where I need to go. I actually can't do anything there just yet. Right. That doesn't go to Metroid containment. That goes to Magmore. Where Metroid containment is that way. I need to take a right. Excellent. Excuse me. And here we have the map room. So we've explored a lot of it already. Oh. Can't access that room. We are currently there, so we're gonna come out, take a right, and basically follow the path around. Where's the door? It's here. Excuse me. Uh-oh. Let me through. Oh, I don't have a super missile. And here we are, Metroid containment. Oh, look at how contained these Metroids are. Technically my own fault. I did release them. Wait, was there not a grapple point? Am I misremembering how to get through here? Probably actually kill these Metroids. I don't care if the game is named after you, you are going to die. Wonderful. Okay. Now, I think I can get through here. Oh, I remember what I needed. those silly ghost platforms that they got here. So not the grappling hook, but I'm sure I will need the grappling hook. Isn't there another one? Maybe? Alrighty. Well, either way, we have made it through that section. And we are... Listen, you... Why are you guys here? Whatever. Oh, I can't get any further. Okay, so I definitely do not remember where the last weapon is. It's clearly not here. Oh, I missed. Excuse me, Metroid's coming through. Excuse me. No, you can't come with me. Well, it must be in Magmore then. At least that's the only place I can think of that it might be. If not the mines themselves. There are definitely places I can use the grappling hook in Magmore. Oh, hold on, sirs. I need a platform to get away from you. Okay. Pirates defeated, and we can make our way around back to Magmore Caverns and go from there. Thankfully, it is not at all far. In fact, we are going to go... Hello, pirates. Goodbye, pirates. Owie. No, how about we don't fight each other? That sounds like a good idea. I've never heard a better idea. Now the elevator is actually up. Means that I probably need to kill these guys because they'll be too annoying if I don't. Go on. Follow the track. Very good. Don't get destroyed by the turret. Oh dear. Oh dear. Fine. We don't even need to destroy the turret. Yes. You know, close enough, Samus. You tried your best. That's all that matters. On to Magmore. I don't think there's anything in any of these rooms. Don't think so. Already got an item from here. It's not to say there can't be more than one item per room, but I don't recall there being so. Ah. Now, I didn't think this gave the beam, but it very well might. I thought it was an artifact, but I very well could be wrong. There's nothing for this, is there? No. Oh, yep, there is. This opens that, which leads to that, and also some other stuff. Alright, so far so good. Oh lord, leave me alone. Almost. Okay. I only exited so I didn't roll off. Well, I was right on my second guess as to where to find this. Plasma Beam. Technically the strongest beam, not my favorite because it's not ice, but it does do the most damage. Hold on. Let me just make sure there's nothing in this room. Don't think so. Which means that we're gonna go to Fendrana Drift since it's right there, right? Yes. So now, with one technical exception, one very specific room, nowhere in the game is off limits to us. You know, obviously, besides the final boss segment. But besides that, we have access to everything. Which means we can collect everything. Speaking of everything, this goes to Fendrana Drift, so we're going this way. Given that it's largely out of the way, I feel that clearing out Fendrana would make the most sense as a first area to 100%. I just hope that I remember where everything is. It has been over a year. Well, not over a year, but it's been about a year, give or take, since I've played this. So very likely, knowing my luck, I'm going to end up finding everything except like a singular missile expansion and not knowing where I did not find it from. I don't think there's anything in the quarantine cave. I don't think so. So instead of going that way, we are going to go up here. And that is one of the 4 remaining energy tanks. I don't think there's anything else up here. If not this room, though, one of the vertical rooms, which is probably there, has something. Wow. It takes a singular charged plasma beam shot to kill them. Now that is very nice. Don't think any of these break open. These ice walls. Always good to make sure. Oh no, I wanted to keep hanging on. Because I didn't really need to hang on. There is one more stalactite I've got to break though, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I thought so. There is, but I need to do it from over there. Hence. And that will give us the missile expansion down there. Which for some reason I am not seeing. Am I blind? I am. I don't even think I needed to be a ball for that, but I was. Because why not? And that brings us to saving here. You know, one thing that I wish... Well, to be fair, I don't know if they added it, but I doubt they did. So I'm just going to say it anyway. One thing I wish they would have added to a remaster of Prime is something that's present in, like, other Metroid games, where you can see what items you've gotten from what areas. So you can have, like, a checklist of sorts. It just would be very convenient. Because I don't actually know where everything is offhand. I, like, mostly remember... But I can't remember every single missile location, and I really want to get them all. I want to get the extra scene for getting everything. Though I don't entirely know. So if we're here, the gravity chamber. I don't remember. I think there's a missile expansion in that, but I can't remember if I got it. I know I got the gravity suit, but I think that's all I got. Well, I know there's stuff here, but I'm pretty sure it's an artifact. I know where the other Fentron artifact is, and I'm pretty sure this is one of them. Oh dear, that was really horrible. Although, while I'm down here, leads to a hunter cave. Yeah, so I'll worry about... I'll check the gravity suit room on the way back. Aha. allows us to go ever upwards. This is not a Chozo artifact. That is a power bomb expansion. But I swear there was a Chozo artifact. Am I mistaken? Drones reporting for mine duty must check in at control tower for debriefing. Impact core is estimated to be 800 meters from termination point of Phazon Vein Omicron. Phazon Vein Omicron is the highest yield per cubic meter of all excavation sites. Well, isn't that nice? I love progress. Isn't it very nice? Just behind like that? That was something that I needed grappling for. Like, to some degree, I remember where all the artifacts. Oh my lord, I hit jump. Son of a. To some degree, I remember where the artifacts were. Like, I know there's one in Flagra's room, who was the plant boss. I know there's one that we can't access till we have one final upgrade. I mean, maybe technically we could, but realistically we can't. Aha! Do we just walk through it? No. Chozo artifact acquired. Artifact of Spirit, the 11th of 12th. Which leaves 6 more. And for reference, for those who aren't familiar with this game, technically there are hints in the temple which lead you to these. You don't have to just magically know there's a wall there. I remember because I've beaten this game before. Well, I vaguely remember. I couldn't remember specifically what wall, but... The one thing I definitely won't remember is the missile expansions, which is why I do have a map ready if needed. Like I said, I want to get 100%, both for satisfaction purposes, but also so we can see the extra scene at the end. Yeah, it's like it's not long. It's basically just a teaser for Metroid Prime 2. Which I really hope, again, that they remaster or otherwise include on the Switch. I do love when there's bonuses for completion. Like, I grew up playing games where 100% completion actually did things like the Donkey Kong Country games. And I'm a completionist at heart, so I always love being rewarded for such. Oh dear, please don't fall. Okay. Speaking of, goddamn Nintendo, please make another Donkey Kong game. It's been like 1,000,000 years. Okay. Pretty sure. Well, that answers that question. I did not, in fact, get that missile upgrade. Nintendo... I want to say this delicately, but Nintendo exhibits a problem I have with Japanese business, because they're very extraordinarily stubborn. I remember there was a quote, I don't remember the exact quote, but the reason we haven't gotten a new Star Fox game is because they don't know what to do with it. But I mean, just make a good game. Like, there's 8 million Call of Duty games that people buy because people want Star Fox because it's good. You don't have to do some weird gimmicky innovation every game. Like, maybe just make a good game. Like, that would be nice. How do I get up there? Well, that answers that question. Alright, that is yet another expansion. Yeah, I feel like blessed by a miracle that we're at least getting Pikmin 4, because I almost thought that game didn't exist. But then there's other things that I really hope they revisit at some point. Like another Mario RPG would be ideal, which I'm not sure what they're gonna do in regards to that. Because the company, like, so I grew up with obviously the original Nintendo and onward, and I remember Paper Mario when it was actually an RPG and I loved it. But then they turned that into whatever you call it now. And the Mario and Luigi series took over the RPG. But that company went bankrupt, so I'm hoping Nintendo just reverts Paper Mario to when it was good. That would be pretty nice. So I think, yeah, there's a missile in the big area. I know they shut down the team that made this Mario and Luigi RPGs. I'm not entirely sure why, but to be fair, Nintendo making them do weird shit didn't help. It would be. I always say that technically speaking, the very first Final Fantasy game I ever played was a Mario game. Super Mario RPG, Legend of the Seven Stars. I played that game so many damn times. I think that for fun, I might include that in my Final Fantasy series playthrough. And I will just the entire time pretend it's a Final Fantasy game. It basically is. It was made by Square before they were Square Enix. Actually, it was before. It was when they were Square Soft, if I recall correctly. How times have changed. There's even like a secret boss that has a very general Final Fantasy-esque design, and it has Final Fantasy battle and victory music for fighting him. Pretty neat. And I didn't even learn what Final Fantasy was till I'm pretty sure my friend showed me Final Fantasy X on PlayStation 2. That was when I learned that Final Fantasy existed. Oh, jeez. Okay, sir, please stop stomping the ground. Oh, each expansion is 5 missiles. I'm at 125, and I think I need like 250 missiles or something like that. So, kinda halfway. It definitely feels a lot cooler, I will say that. I don't know how, but it got to really hot in her room, and we didn't even have the heat on. Okay, now I think I need to go to Pirate Land. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. We, kind of have opposite temperature tolerances. I am very cold intolerant, and she is very heat intolerant. So I almost always wear a hoodie and or blankets. Oh no. Yeah, well, I am decently willing to compromise because it's a lot easier to put more clothes on than it is to take clothes off. So it's better to have the house, I guess, more cool than hot. Speaking of taking off clothes, um, if you're fine, I wouldn't mind it off, but I can tolerate it for now. Oh dear. Where am I going? I can't see it. It's dark. Help. There's Metroids. Oh lord. I kinda, like, shut off their power, and I guess they haven't bothered to turn it back on. I mean, to be fair, I've kind of overrun all of their areas with Metroids. But, you know, that's a whole other issue. Okay, let me just turn on the Vaseline smeared thermal vision. Hold on. Well, or I can turn on X-ray vision, I guess. That works too. I mean, the X-ray vision also kind of helps me see in the dark. It's just weird. So there's a missile expansion in this room, which I believe I got. There's also a yeah, there's an energy tank here which I got. Oh, the plasma beam is actually so powerful. Okay, I got that missile expansion. Okay. So now we want to go that way. Means we need to jump up here. Alright, well, we're about to take a little step outside for some sunlight. That'll be fine. And I know there's an artifact here, but is there anything else is the question. Don't believe so. Get back here. Okay, very nice. Now, if I recall where I need to be, over here. I'll actually break this. I don't really need to. A large fuel cell attached to the tower. There we go. Now, let's go through here. Artifact of Elder, the third of 12. Very nice. While I'm here, how many scans do I still need? I need one more pirate lore, two more pirate lores. One more Chozo lore. Probably a bunch of creatures. Whatever that is. Sure. Missile station. And we just need a few more artifacts. No, just some collateral damage. It's no big deal. I'm assuming the pirates put the artifact there because they're trying to break into the containment area. Not working out well for them, but they're trying. Let me zoom out. We are going that way. Right? No. Going this way. Going this way, then here. Turn on being able to see vision. Thermal is technically better for vision. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, whatever you're doing down here. That'll put us in this room, which has a missile expansion, but I might have already gotten it. These pirates think they're so cool hanging upside down. At least until they get literally disintegrated. At least it's not so dark in this room. I can actually see a decent amount. I'm assuming it's just not as poorly lit. Lit by the burning corpses of everyone I just killed, perhaps. Okay. Supposedly there was a missile tank in here, but I can't remember if I've gotten it. So that's the eternal struggle I'm dealing with right now. Missile tank would have been that corner. So probably... Oh, it's literally right here. Which I can only see because of the X-ray vision. And what do I need to break in? Cordite. Excellent. And now, we're almost out of the pirate land. Hello, pirate. Which means, we shouldn't have much more in Fendrana. I think I got a lot of it, but we'll see what else is left. Unlike the last game I played, this game, with confidence, I can say will be finished next stream. Probably not even in 4 hours, and I'm not even done playing tonight. Not only because I've actually played this before, but it's not nearly as difficult. Even on harder difficulties, though I wasn't allowed to choose the harder difficulty just yet. Very nice. So, I might have already gotten it, but supposedly there was an energy tank somewhere in this. I think I already got it. Maybe I didn't. According to this, Hmm. I don't know if I got the energy tank. Actually, come to think of it, I don't think I did, because what is that? Hey, we're done with clickbait now that we're done with Order of Ecclesia. This for stream. There will only be positively influencing clickbait from now on. Only 2 more energy tanks as well. We have a lot of health. Yeah, and haw. Only the finest gourmet of clickbait will be on this channel from now on. Excuse me, bugs and other things, other assembled creations. There is a power bomb upgrade here somewhere. Oh, well, wouldn't you know? Something that needs heat. And that leaves... I know where the relic is, so I don't need to worry about that. Potentially 4 missile expansions, though I don't know which of them I have. But thankfully, they're just 2 in this room, and then 2 in this room, supposedly. Obviously, 1 is there. I definitely don't have that one, because I didn't come back here with the spider ball. Yeah, the 2D Metroids definitely spoiled me after I played them, because they literally show you where you collected everything. It's very convenient. Just one of the missile expansions. That's a cordite, so let's just open that. Wait, what? Something behind the wall seems to have activated. Oh, well, that would be convenient. One more missile expansion. But before we get that, I'm gonna grab the artifact. So if I've got... I know that the total amount of missiles I can have is like 250, I think. 250, 255, somewhere around there. So 5 times 10 is 50. Or 20, about 23 more, give or take. Be very impressed by my fast math skills. As long as it's not complicated in any capacity, I can do some math mentally. Yeah, for the most part, but I'm kind of following along a map that shows the rooms they're in, and I should be able to remember which ones I've gotten once I'm in the room. I'll just have to revisit almost every area, but I mean, that doesn't take that long, thankfully. Now I must offer ball. Yeah, who doesn't like balls? Artifact of Sun, the 9th of 12. Leaves 4 artifacts left. I know at least one is like in the almost endgame area. But now I can drop back down. Owie. Owie. Okay. Now, the other potential missile expansion would be this way somewhere. Ow. Excuse me, sir. I think might be another hidden behind ice thing. Yeah. Oh dear lord. I don't think I got whatever one is supposed to be here. Make sure. No, because this just leads to a save room. Oh, really? You're gonna shoot at me? I'll kill you later. Oh, I can't get up that way. Yeah. How do you like that? Hmm. Well, maybe I did get this one. Maybe it was just sitting up here. That is definitely a possibility. Oof. Otherwise, I'm not entirely sure where it would have been. Oh. Anyway. Well, there are two here. I'm almost positive I don't have either. And if I recall, that appears to be it for... Excuse me. Out of my way. I don't care if you're made of pure energy. That is everything in Phendrana Drifts. Which leaves not that many more areas. Magmore Caverns, Chozo Ruins, Overworld, and the Phazon Mines. Question is, where am I coming down right now? I already got what was up here. However, I do know there's something additional where the relic was. So I could not get at the time, but now I can. Utterly disintegrated. Oh dear lord, where am I? It's another power bomb expansion. Which, I mean, I've used them in combat in other games, but I don't know how good they are in combat in Prime, because I don't remember using it that much. But I suppose I'll have to change that if I get the opportunity. So this is one end of Magmore, which is probably where I should go first. I just came from... I'm still here, in the monitor station. Which, there's actually not much down south that I could have missed. The most I could have missed is literally only right here, so I don't even have to do a lot of backtracking. As to what happened, there was a tile on the floor that could only be broken with power bombs, and I fell very far. But I got an item from it. Oh, I already have this missile expansion. Okay. I recognize this. Okay, so... northward, then. I had to do some ball-related activities to get it. The best kind of activities, of course. Get wrecked, nerd. Oh! Okay, that wasn't really bad at all. But... I don't even need to think. I know exactly... I don't know where, but I know what this room requires to get this other missile expansion. I remember it vaguely enough. I guess I can't stand up there, but I can potentially stand here. So I'm pretty sure. Maybe this... Ah, this is the room I'm thinking of. I need to start from over here. Platforms. Ghost platforms. Son of a... Yeehaw. Yet another missile. Means we move further onward. But this is the wrong way. Yep, I'm pretty sure there's nothing else in Magmore. Which means we are going to Chozo Ruins. Oh, excuse me, sir. Owie. Oh boy, unique phase-on readings. I know game. Oh, wowee. Yeah, that's where we go for the next boss. Alright. One thing I want to see before I get too much farther is I want to make sure where I missed or did not miss these. Fire data I'm missing. Missing what, too? Oh my lord. Okay, well. You know. Where did I miss the other one? That's a better question. Okay, that's fine. I haven't gotten to that one yet. This one... I guess I should have checked these simultaneously. Guess what zone I missed this one in, because it's not Magmore, and it's not where we're going. That's fine. That's all we're going for. And we finished Magmore, at least. At least it's exceptionally easy to travel. All right. Almost back. Back to Fendrana. And I missed it in Research Lab Ether. Even though I have literally two other scans in the same zone, I must have missed one. And I think I'm only missing one Chozo lore. Which I haven't been to that that area in the Chozo Ruin, so that's fine. I don't think I'm missing many creatures either. Missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then some boss-related things. We're actually really far done with all the scans, honestly. Alright. So far, so good. It's a little bit of backtracking, scan, and item collection. And then the whole ending sequence of the game is... What's left is basically 3 boss fights, including the final boss, and some interim platforming. So, not all too much. Yeah, definitely too much to finish tonight. It's at the 4.5 hour mark. I might just go a tad bit longer. I definitely at least want to collect. Can't believe it's all the way over there. Where's the closest elevator? Once I take that, there's an elevator to Magmore, which should hopefully have an adjacent elevator to somewhere else I actually want to go. I remember when that thing was a boss. And let's see. So yeah, we will run through, get the scan, go back to Magmore, from which we can go either to Tallon or Chozo Ruins. Either or would be fine at this point. How does it feel that I consider you so little of a threat that I'm literally running past you? You're literally hitting me with missiles and still I just meander on by. I only have to kill these things because they lock the door. It does, like, either health or ammo packs. But, I mean, the main beams don't have ammo. It's just the bombs and missiles. And even then, only the big missiles. Yeah. Imagine if I needed hearts to use anything. When Dracula makes an appearance. Count Dracula the Space Pirate. Oh, this is actually a faster way to get to... I thought I was going a different direction, but this is fine. This is a much faster way to get to the lab I need than going through the pirate base. Well, given how the Metroids basically attack by sucking energy out with their fangs, that's not even far-fetched. Dracula is a Metroid, or he evolved into a Metroid. Samus is really descended from the Belmont family. so we need to go right. Is this Ether? No, Ether is the next area over. Yeah, we get it. Your big scary turrets. You can shoot all you want. Big scary turrets. Though to be fair, the turrets actually do decent damage. I have so much health I choose to ignore it. For the most part. Spooky ghosts. Excuse me, I'm trying to get through this door. And these Metroids have no respect. Alright, pirates, I know you're still here. Where are you? Alright, so it's not that. One we haven't scanned somewhere. Oh, would you look at that? Can't see well enough to even get down there again. No, not that. Talking about Metroids growing in size from absorbing energy. Using ice to transport them. Kind of confidence is high regarding Phazon applications. We know enough about Phazon to begin combining it. I'm pretty sure I read this before, actually. There's something very similar to it, but they're whole genetic experiments with Phazon. Fun stuff. However, that means now we are actually done with Fendrana. Well, just to make 1,000,000% sure we're done with Fendrana. Because I know where the last two of these are. I know where this is. I don't know 100% what creatures we're missing. But I can't imagine that we've encountered them yet, because I'm pretty good about scanning things, usually. Yeah. A tower that we still have to go back to anyway. A type of pirate that I don't remember. And that, yeah. Okay, so not much at all. Literally 90% of scans, 72% of items collected. All in all, very good. We're just gonna jump down and go left. Excuse me. But I don't think that's the correct jump. Or is it? Yes and no. I don't think I can make the jump, but I can do this. Alright, back to Magmore, simply so we can get out of Magmore. Which... I don't really want to go to Phazon Mines. So we will go to the overworld. Phazon Mines makes sense to be last, since it's literally where I need to go for the next boss. Excuse me, bugs. That's one of the things I needed to scan. A grapple point. Such an obvious thing, but I wasn't actually able to scan it till I had the grapple beam. And then I forgot. It's all fine. No, Samus, and swing. You know, you deserve to be in the lava. Okay, and this takes us to Tallon Overworld. Although, I'm not sure if this includes the pirate frigate. It should, though. Real question is, where are we? Is it a convenient area to look at? Or to use as a reference point? Okay, so if I orient the map like this, I can actually see. So there was a missile tank here, which I definitely got. And there should be two in here. I think I might have one of them, but I'm not entirely sure. Maybe, maybe not. Well, here, gentlemen, have this. Well, I don't think they're alive anymore. I don't think so. Which, if we orient to this way, then I'm pretty sure I still need the missile expansion in this room. I don't recall acquiring it. Oh, I almost failed that jump spectacularly. Let's see. Oh, do I just jump through it? I do just jump through it. Oh dear. Okay, we're fine. We did not fall much at all. Instead, we are fine and we'll simply go this way. We're already at 165 missiles. Clearly we need all of them. Probably not, but, you know. Yeah. The environment design is really awesome in the Metroid series, and these first-person Prime games do a really good job at just making every area feel awesome. Yeah, I know I got everything there, so we're gonna continue. Wait, how do I get back to the ship? I can go this way. I'm thinking most of what I need is actually in the Chozo Ruins. And then the Phazon Mines. Because I actually have most things here. Now, the question is... where do I go from here? The answer to that is this way. We might need to go on the crashed pirate ship. But that's not that big of a deal if we do. Hello, sir. Instant death. So there's one here. I don't remember if I got it, but there's one here. Oh, there's that one. You found 75% of all items. So close. So relatively speaking close. How do I safely get back over there, I wonder? I don't think there is an easy way to get up there. Where does it connect from? It connects from the Chozo Ruins. So I might simply have to come back to that to make sure I've got that. Now, as for the pirate ship, there is a few things. Plus, the elevator of the phase-on mines. Okay, so for convenience, we will actually not do the pirate ship just yet. We're going to the ruins. Although we will likely save once we get to the ruins. And leave the final cleanup of Metroid Prime for next stream, which will be Tuesday. So it probably won't be till midnight on Tuesday because I do work. Let me just get to a good point within the ruins so I definitely remember what I'm doing. Chozo Ruins. And then it'll be finishing the overworld and then the mines. And that is pretty much it for exploration. Although the vast majority of things are here because this is, I believe, the biggest area overall. Most certainly the most sprawling area overall. You can very easily hit this room and find a save while I'm at it. Got the missile tank in this room. Let me see where I am relative on the map. I believe it's like this. Yeah, I got that missile tank. So there's something at the end of this missile tank and an energy tank. So that's one of the two remaining energy tanks. Endesium Wale. That is a power bomb expansion. And the final Chozo lore piece. The power of our temple and the 12 artifacts has sealed an evil in the depths of this planet. However, the future is cloudy to us, a world of veils where dark apparitions flit in the shadows. Within this strange world, one image stands out in the mist, flickering through the landscape, wraith-like. It is a human, a lone figure shining in the toxic shadows. We Chozo do not know what it is, but our hearts swell with hope at the promise of that glowing light. We will place our faith in our shrine. We will be there when the light shines upon our land. And that would be Samus. She is that glowing light. She's just busy collecting missiles. She's a collector of missiles and other explosives. Hello, Chozo ghosts. Wow, you have a lot of health, Chozo ghosts. Excellent. Oh, actually, I missed something here. I did. Very sneaky. Okay, anywho. As we were saying. Oh, let me go deal with that. Well, that gives the energy tank, so then what does the other one do? Well, now I needs to know. It does whatever that is. Is that just the way to go? Where am I? Yeah, I guess that's the way to go. Which is finally how we get this missile tank. Which is all the missile tanks from this area. Okay, we're gonna clear out this area, and then I will hit the save, and that'll be the end of stream for now. So I believe that would mean from here to here will be done. For sure. There's a nice clean-ish section. And will leave us in the right direction when we resume. Now, as for what's here, I know I got one of the missiles. Oh, excuse me, ghosts. But there's another missile upgrade here. Some of these I definitely remember, I just never went back to them because it just was inconvenient at the time. It's still inconvenient now, but now is when I'm going to go back and get them. Excuse me, ghosts. Too spooky for me, I'm leaving. Yes. And this is not actually an item. This was an artifact, as I recall. I don't see a missile location here. The Artifact of Life Giver, the 5th of 12, which leaves 3 more artifacts. I know one is in a boss chamber, where I fought the plant. And I know one is in the Phazon Mines. So that leaves one that I'm not entirely sure I remember where it is, but it might also be here in the Chozo Ruins. Whatever the case may be, that is a very nice bit of progress indeed. Owie. Excuse me, bugs. Excuse me, eyeballs. And there we have it. A very successful adventure in Metroid Prime, which leaves one last installment of this thrilling saga. Round out Metroid Prime Remastered. And Tuesday, estimated time of about midnight. Thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate it. I always enjoy having you here. Thanks again for the emotes, and I hope you have a wonderful night. And same for everyone else. I hope you have a wonderful night. We will return Tuesday at midnight to finish off the wonderful Metroid Prime Remastered, which probably will leave time to start something new, because again, if we look at progress and knowing what I've left, which is 3 bosses, we're pretty close. If we do start something new, might be Final Fantasy. We shall see. That's it for now. You all have a wonderful night, and as always, I'll see you next time.